We are going on the record. The time is 9:44 a.m. The date is February 25th, 2020. This is the video deposition of Kenny Brady, Volume 1, taken on behalf of defendants in the matter of State of Washington versus LLR, Inc. In the State of Washington, King County Superior Court, case number 192023252, SEA. This deposition has been held at 5220 Campus Drive, Newport Beach, California, 92660. My name is Kirill Davidov from Buell Reporting, Real-Time Reporting. This office is located at 1325 4th Avenue, Seattle, Washington, 98101. Phone number 206-287-9066. The court reporter is Joanna Brown. This is the start of Volume 1, Disc 1. Counsel, if you would introduce yourself and the state you're affiliated, please.
If I could make one quick correction. I think you might have said that this is being taken on behalf of defendants. It's actually on behalf of the state of Washington.
Yes, and for appearances, Tiffany Lee for the state of Washington. I'm joined by my colleague Joe Kanata here in the deposition and by Brina Roos on the phone.
John Skolnick for Mr. Brady and for defendants.
William Floratis for the same.
Would the reporter please swear in the witness?
Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence you shall give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Kenneth Brady, Kenneth Brady.
Have you been deposed before?
Never.
So I just want to let you know about what we'll be doing here today. The first thing is that our court reporter here will be typing down everything we say, and so it's really important that we let each other finish and not talk over each other. Also, because she is typing down everything, it's important that you give verbal answers, so head nods, gestures, etc. She's not going to be able to get down. So you understand that you are under oath here today and that you will tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And if you need a break today, you can ask for one, but my only request that if there's a question pending that you finish answering that question before you ask for the break. Is there any reason today that you cannot testify fully and truthfully?
No.
Okay. How did you prepare for this deposition?
I got notice of the deposition and I met with my counsel.
Which counsel did you meet with?
I met with both John and Bill.
Did you meet with anyone else?
No.
Okay. How long was the meeting?
3 hours.
Okay. Did you look at any documents?
I did.
What documents did you look at?
I can't recall.
Did you look at any videos?
No.
After receiving your deposition notice, did you discuss your deposition with anyone?
No.
Let's talk about your background. What's your educational background?
I went to elementary school. I graduated high school. I took a couple classes at local community colleges, and that's the extent of my education.
What type of classes did you take?
I took general education and also advertising and business.
Did you obtain any associate's degree or other degree?
No.
What's your prior work experience before you joined LuLaroe?
Starting when?
Let's start with what you did right before you joined LuLaroe and work our way backwards.
I owned a post-production company for about 4 to 5 years. Prior to that, I did construction, managing construction, doing all things on the construction site that you can imagine, whether it's day laboring or anything with construction, for about 5 years. During that time as well, started a catering company for about a year, so doing off and on. Prior to that, I was a sales rep for a skateboard company. Prior to that, I was a sales associate at a skateboard shop for about 2 years. And prior from that, I was on a church mission.
The production company, was that Photo Fafa?
Correct.
Okay. And did you found it?
I did.
What does Photo Fafa offer?
Post-production for photographers.
In any of your prior roles prior to LuLaroe, were you involved in sales?
Yes.
Marketing?
Yes.
When did you join LuLaroe?
I believe sometime in 2013, maybe 13 or 14.
How did that come about?
My parents started the company, and they needed help, and so I offered my help.
When you first joined LuLaroe, what kind of roles and responsibilities did you have?
All types. We held many hats. So it would be, sometimes I had to take calls as calls came in. Sometimes I had to pick boxes and ship them. Sometimes we would do paperwork. Sometimes we would set up calls. Sometimes we would meet, sweep the floor, put in the internet lines for, not internet, yeah, for the cabling, whether it's for Wi-Fi or whether it's for, it was the beginning of a business. So we kind of tried to do as much as we could right then and there.
So it sounds like at the beginning of your time at LuLaroe, you wore many hats.
Yeah. Yes.
At any point, did you start focusing in one area of the business in particular?
Yeah.
What part of the business was that?
I started focusing more in on leadership development.
When did you start focusing more on leadership development?
I can't recall.
Did you assume any other responsibilities aside from leadership development?
Some of the hats still be worn until other individuals were hired on to take on those roles. But main focus was leadership development.
And so when other folks who were hired started to take on some of those leadership development roles, what role did you fall into?
Still leadership development.
Okay. What's your current title?
VP of Sales.
How long have you been VP of Sales?
I can't recall.
How did you come about that role?
They thought I'd be the best person.
Who's they?
Those that were involved in the company at the time.
Was that Mark and Deanne?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Who?
Art, Terrell, Justin, Michael, Austin.
The folks that you just named, did they serve the function of an executive team earlier on?
No, there wasn't an official executive team early on.
When did the executive team first form?
I can't recall.
Were you a part of it?
Yes.
What was your role on the executive team?
VP of Sales.
Did you have weekly meetings?
As much as we could.
What was the role of the executive team?
To support our retailers in helping them have successful businesses.
Are you still on the executive team?
Yes.
What are your current responsibilities as VP of Sales?
In what way?
How would you describe what your day-to-day looks like?
No day is the same.
Are you in charge of managing, are you still in charge of leadership management? Sorry, leadership development.
Yes.
Are there any other functions that fall under your responsibilities?
No.
What do you mean when you say leadership development?
In what way?
What are you referring to when you say leadership development?
Helping retailers be responsible for their business.
In your responsibilities involving leadership development, do you have direct communications with independent fashion retailers?
I do.
How do you communicate with them?
Many ways.
Do you communicate by email?
Yes.
Do you communicate by phone?
Yes.
Do you communicate with them by text message?
Yes.
Do you ever use iMessage?
Yes.
Okay, so you have an iPhone.
Yes.
Do you ever use iMessage from a computer?
Yes.
Do you communicate with IFRs via video conferencing? What programs do you use for video conferencing?
Zoom.
Any others?
I can't recall.
Have you ever used Blue Jeans?
Yes.
Have you ever used Skype?
I can't recall.
Okay. Are there any other services that you recall using for video conferencing with IFRs?
I can't recall.
Do you use social media services in your leadership development role?
I don't.
Have you ever used them?
I have.
Have you used Facebook?
Yes.
What handles have you used in your official capacity working for LuLaroe on Facebook?
I can't recall.
Have you used your own personal account?
Yes.
What is the handle for that?
I don't know. I think so.
Have you ever used LuLaRoe's official Facebook account in your role at LuLaRoe?
I don't recall.
Have you ever used Vimeo?
In what way?
In communicating with IFRs?
I can't recall.
Have you ever used YouTube in communicating with IFRs?
I have not.
Have you ever used Twitter to communicate with IFRs?
No.
Have you ever used Instagram to communicate with IFRs?
Yes.
Do you use Instagram's direct messaging capability to communicate with IFRs?
No.
Do you use Periscope to communicate with IFRs?
No.
Are there any other social media services that you have used to communicate with IFRs?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever been asked to post something for Deanne on Instagram or Facebook?
Yes.
How often
I can't
have you been
recall.
asked? Are you aware of any other employees at LuLaroe who have been asked to post something for Mark or Deanne on social media?
I don't know.
Let's talk about what programs you use for your day-to-day work on your computer. Do you use a computer for work?
Yes.
Do you use Microsoft Office for work? Like Word, Excel?
Yeah, yes.
Do you use Google Suite for work? For example, like Google Docs?
Yes.
Do you use any file transfer sites for work? Like Dropbox?
No.
Are there any other software programs that you use for your day-to-day work?
Yes.
What software programs?
Mac Mail.
What's that?
It's a mailbox for Apple. Salesforce.
For CRM management?
Yeah. Our back office. Domo.
What's Domo?
It's an analytics site.
Are there any other tools you use for analytics?
I don't know.
As VP of Sales, is part of your responsibility to help create marketing materials?
Yes.
What programs do you use to create marketing materials?
I don't create marketing materials.
Who creates marketing materials at LuLaroe?
The marketing department.
Do you have access to materials that they create?
Yes.
Where are they stored?
I don't know.
So let's talk about your responsibilities as VP of Sales. Were part of your responsibilities to coach and mentor independent fashion retailers?
Yes.
Did you play any role in overseeing the creation of materials for the IFR program?
Can you restate that statement?
Can you repeat it?
Did you play any role in overseeing the creation of materials for the IFR program?
I mean, can you say it in a different way?
What about
Ask
it
it
is
in another way.
what about it is confusing?
I don't understand retailer material.
Are there materials that IFRs receive when they participate in the IFR program?
And they purchased what?
When they participate in the IFR program? For example, like marketing materials or training materials.
Yes.
Did you play any part in creating those materials?
Yes.
What was your role?
Feedback.
Who would you provide feedback to?
The marketing department and others that are involved.
Have you ever been involved in maintaining back office?
Not that I recall.
Were you involved in creating the retailer map?
Yes.
What was your role?
creating the retailer map.
So you made it?
I tried to.
How did you try to?
Tried to find a program that worked best at the time when it was first recreated.
Was the retailer map your idea?
No,
Whose idea was it?
I can't remember.
What programs did you use to try to create the retailer map?
I can't recall.
Today, do you help maintain the retailer map?
I don't.
Do you oversee any person or team who maintains the retailer map?
No,
Who does?
I don't know.
Would it be the IT department?
I don't know.
Have you ever updated the retailer map
When?
at any time when you
Only
were
in the
to-
beginning.
At some point, did that responsibility move to someone else?
Yes,
Who did it move to?
I don't remember.
Do you have any employees whom you manage?
Yes,
How many?
four.
What are their names?
Ben, Christian, Aaron, Will.
When you say Ben, are you referring to Ben Ward?
Yes,
What is Christian's last name?
White,
What is Aaron's last name?
Lewis,
What is Will's last name?
I'm sorry. My mind's blank on it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Does Will have a title?
I don't know his title.
Okay, what does he do?
Internal culture.
What does Aaron do?
He does leadership development. He organizes our tour stops. He oversees our outreach team.
What does Christian do?
He also is leadership development and also works with our marketing department.
What does Ben do?
He does leadership development.
Was Jordan Brady ever on your team?
Yes,
When did he leave your team?
I can't recall.
What did Jordan do?
Leadership development.
So he would have reported directly to you.
Yes.
Aside from Jordan, have there been other direct reports that you've had in the past who are no longer on your team?
Yes.
Who?
When?
Let's start in 2014.
No one.
2015?
Ben Ward.
2016?
Ben Ward. Jarrett Ingram. Sam Schultz. And Jordan. I don't know if it was that year when Jordan started, but maybe Jordan Brady.
What was Jared Ingram's role?
Can't recall.
What was Sam Schultz's role?
I can't recall.
In 2017, who were your direct reports?
Ben Ward. Christian White. Jordan Brady. And Aaron Lewis. And Will. Yeah, I still can't remember his name.
That's okay. I'm not testing you. Why did Sam Schultz leave?
I don't know.
Did he leave on good terms?
No.
What's your understanding of what those terms were?
Really don't know.
But you knew they weren't good.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sorry.
Currently, do your direct reports oversee any other employees?
Yes.
Overall, what's the size of your entire team, direct reports and indirect reports?
So those 4 are direct reports. And then Aaron, he has, I think 3 people on the outreach team. And then I believe he also is, his team, he oversees the rewards and recognitions team. I believe the consumer services team, and onboarding team and team management.
What is the rewards? What does the rewards and recognitions team do?
They keep track of data of retailers that may be seeing improvements, that may be growing a team, that may be increasing their sales. Maybe they're just good retailers in the community, giving of their time and service, things that we can recognize them in a positive way.
Does the rewards and recognition team play any part in administering the leadership bonus program?
No.
What does the consumer services team do?
I don't know.
Are they involved in responding to consumer calls, for example?
I don't know.
What does the onboarding team do?
They onboard new retailers.
What does the team management team do?
They manage teams,
Within the company or outside the company?
retailer teams.
Is the team management team involved in administering the leadership bonus plan?
No.
What department at LuLaroe administers the leadership bonus plan?
I don't know.
Functionally, who do you report to?
Lauren Simpson.
How long have you reported to Lauren Simpson?
Nine months.
Prior to Lauren being your boss, who did you report to?
Art McCracken.
How long was he your boss for?
Years.
Do you recall roughly when you first started reporting to him?
I can't recall.
You can give an estimate.
2014-ish, maybe.
Was Art your first boss at LuLaroe?
No.
Who was your first boss at LuLaroe?
We never really had a boss because we held many hats, and so we kind of just fulfilled the needs as they came up.
At some point, did LuLaroe implement a more formal management structure?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't recall.
Let's go back to the rewards and recognition team for a second. What types of data does the rewards and recognition team use?
Sales data.
When you say sales data, are you referring to retail sales data or wholesale sales data?
Retail sales data.
How do they measure improvement?
Increase in retail sales per retailer.
Has that always been the case?
Yes.
Has LuLaroe always kept track of retail sales to end consumers?
As long as we had the technology to track it.
When did LuLaroe first adopt the technology to track retail sales to end consumers?
I can't recall the exact date.
Why did Lauren become your boss?
To fulfill a vacancy at the executive level, the C-suite executive level.
Had someone filled Lauren's vacancy previously, or was it a new position that was created?
There was always a vacancy.
Before Lauren Simpson filled the vacancy at the executive level that we just discussed, who performed the function that he currently performs now?
Me. And Justin Lyon.
So what was Art's role as your boss?
He held many hats. So I don't know his specific roles.
But he did not fill the hat that Lauren currently fills?
No.
Is Justin Lyon your peer?
Yes.
What's his title?
I don't know his official title.
What does he do?
In the marketing department.
Who made the decision to fill the vacancy that Lauren Simpson now fills?
I don't know.
Would that have been Mark?
I don't know.
Were you given an explanation as to why Lauren was put in that position?
Yes.
What was the explanation?
To continue to support our retailers.
Who gave you that explanation?
Mark Stidham.
Were you surprised?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't have ego.
Fair enough. Are you a member of the sales executive team?
No.
Okay. So that phrase is not used at LuLaroe.
No.
Sorry. In general, what responsibilities did the executive team have at LuLaroe?
I don't know.
You were on it, right?
Yes. Oh,
Tap.
sorry. Oh, the tapping? Yeah. Oh,
just
sorry.
tap.
I won't tap.
Thank you.
Please speak up, please.
You want to talk louder? Okay. I can do that.
I'm marking exhibit 203, which the court reporter will hand to you.
Thank you.
Did you ever help plan the agenda for the executive team meetings?
Yes.
Who else was involved in helping to plan the agenda for executive team meetings?
Art.
Anyone else?
Can't recall.
In 2015, typically who would attend the executive meetings?
I can't recall.
Who would run the meetings?
I can't recall.
Did you ever run an executive team meeting?
Yes.
How many did you run?
I can't recall.
More than 10?
I can't recall.
Can you give me an estimate?
Can't recall.
There's too many to remember.
I wouldn't take that inference away from that. He said he can't recall. Didn't say it's too many to remember. You want to ask another question, or is that the question you want?
That's the question I want to ask.
What's the question you
The
want?
question is, is the reason you can't remember is that you ran too many executive team meetings for you to remember the exact number?
No.
So if you look at the document that the court reporter just handed you, the email appears to be an email from you to Justin Lyon asking him to add agenda items to the executive meeting agenda. Is that right?
Let me read it.
Just thinking about that.
Can you repeat the question?
John, can you repeat the question?
So
So if you look at the document that the court reporter just handed you, the email appears to be an email from you to Justin Lyon asking him to add agenda items to the executive meeting agenda. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know what bonus checks in email means?
I can't recall.
So these agenda items in the email, recap, training, bonus checks, and email, do you see that list?
Yeah, I see it says.
Did you draft those topics?
I would assume so. It's my email, and it's, yeah.
If you look where it says Audrey, better report genealogy with monthly numbers, entire team search. Do you know what genealogy with monthly numbers is?
I can't recall.
Did you recall raising concerns to the executive team about developing certain functions?
I can't recall.
Have you heard the term effective duplication?
Until now. Not until now.
In your time at LuLaroe, did you ever discuss effective duplication with others?
He just said he's never heard of it until now. So what is there to ask?
Let me rephrase. Have you heard of the concept of leadership duplication or leadership replication?
I don't.
So you don't ever recall discussing that concept with anyone at
I
LuLaroe?
don't recall.
It's been previously marked.
Do I just keep this?
Yes, please keep it in a pile, as we'll be needing them later.
It'll be good if you can keep them in order that you're
Yeah.
getting them, because she may go back to some.
Okay. Perfect.
So I've just handed you a document that was previously marked as Exhibit 161. And if you look on the attachment to the document that says LuLaroe President's Council web meeting,
Okay.
towards the bottom of a page, there's a paragraph that starts with the number 2 corporate initiatives.
Okay.
And then there's a bullet point that says Fishbowl Collaboration, and then it has your name. Does that refer to you?
Yes.
A couple lines down from that, it says main benefit to the field, less errors in shipping, demographic pick packs. Do you know what demographic pick packs are?
I don't. No.
The last bullet says compensation plan testing. What's compensation plan testing?
I don't recall.
In 2014, was there an executive leadership team?
What do you mean leadership team?
Sorry, let me rephrase. In 2014, was there an executive team at LuLaroe?
I can't recall.
But from this email, it appears that you did attend a President's Council web meeting in 2014. What was the role of the President's Council at that time?
The role of the President's Council was to better understand how we can serve our retailers the best in the best way.
Was the President's Council involved in giving LuLaroe feedback on how it was running its retailer program?
I can't recall.
If you look on the next page ending in 24570, where it says 3, in the second bullet, communication to the field, do you see that?
Yes.
And in the last line, it says PC engagement in this process, Kim to assist with this. Does this refer to Kim Merlance?
I can't recall.
Was there another Kim at LuLaroe?
I can't
At this time.
recall.
So looking under closing comments, do you see where it says your name, Kenny Brady, no comment?
I do.
Do you recognize the names under your name on this list?
Yes.
Who's Chelsea Lawson?
A retailer.
Brittany Comp?
A retailer.
Kelly Frott?
A retailer.
Did Kelly Frott ever work at LuLaroe?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Onboarding and answering phones.
Does she still work at LuLaroe?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of her departure?
No.
And moving on to the next page, who's Sadie Thompson?
A retailer.
Who's Jillian Ortner?
A retailer.
Who's Megan Parker?
A retailer.
Kim Merlance?
A retailer.
And then Tori Messids?
A retailer.
Did any of these individuals that we just discussed hold a role at LuLaroe other than retailer?
Repeat that again.
Did any of these individuals that we just discussed hold a role at LuLaroe other than retailer?
Only Kelly fought when she was not a retailer.
The individuals that we just discussed, are all of them mentors?
Not at this time.
Did they achieve the mentor rank at some point?
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing you an exhibit that has been previously marked as Exhibit 164. Thank you. Are-
Yeah, as long as it's not cold. Yeah, maybe half hot and half cold.
Are you a recipient on this email?
Yes.
Who else is a recipient on this email?
It says John Deal, dk@mydyer.com.
Is that Danny King?
I believe so.
Did you ever meet Danny King?
Yes.
Who's Sean Gill?
I don't know. Kenny Brady, John Deal, Kenny Brady. Art McCracken, Austin Stidham. Art McCracken, Austin Stidham.
And if you look at the presentation that's attached to that email, it says advisory board meeting November 15.
Okay.
Did you attend this meeting?
Sorry. Yes.
What do you recall about the meeting?
What specifically?
Just what do you remember about it?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to be more specific.
Do you remember who attended the meeting?
Taylor Transtrom, Mark Stidham, Dan Stidham, Alan Ayers, Noel Knighton, myself, Jeff Thompson, Jordan Brady, Justin Lyon, Dan King, James Lee.
Who's James Lee?
I believe it's an associate of Dan. And then there was one other individual that's associated with Dan as well with my dyer. Can't recall his name.
What was the purpose of the meeting?
To see how we can best serve our retailers as we're growing.
Did Terrell give this presentation at the meeting?
I don't recall.
Did anyone present at the meeting?
Jeff Thompson.
What did he present?
I don't recall.
Did he present on finances?
I don't recall.
So, are you referring to changing the model as to how it was running?
No.
What were you referring to?
The LuLaroe model.
What's the LuLaroe model?
That we provide clothing that consumers would want to buy at an affordable retail price. That retailers can therefore sell at a retail and make money to provide for their families.
In your time at LuLaroe, did anyone ever ask you for your feedback as to how to structure how wholesale merchandise was distributed to retailers?
Oh,
Do you know what LuLaroe's current wholesale distribution model is?
yes.
What is it?
It's the same that I described earlier.
Currently, are retailers permitted to select particular prints when they order wholesale?
No.
Have they ever been allowed to?
No.
Who made that decision at LuLaroe to not permit retailers to pick their own prints?
It was organic.
What do you mean by organic?
Organically. Not. That wasn't the plan.
Have you ever heard of the term scarcity model?
Am I done with this one?
Yes, thank you. The court reporter just handed you a document that is marked as Exhibit 204. So earlier we discussed that you are on the executive team. Is that still the case?
Yes.
Today, how often are executive meetings held?
Once a week.
Are they held on a particular day?
Monday.
What's typically discussed at executive meetings?
In what way?
Sort of, are there specific types of topics that are discussed, like marketing, finance? Are there routine topics that are discussed?
Yes.
What are those routine topics?
Marketing, finance, sales, legal, positive stories of retailers, production, support retailers in their sales.
Has the leadership bonus plan ever been a topic of discussion at an executive meeting?
Yes.
So if you look at the document I just handed you, do you play any role in product design?
No.
Do you give any feedback?
Yes.
What type of feedback have you been asked for in terms of product design?
Just view.
What do you mean by view?
Just here's some product. Does it look good? And I'll say, I'm not a lady. I would ask them.
Who runs the product team at LuLaroe today?
Michael Brady.
Does he design the product?
No,
Who designs the product?
I don't know.
Does LuLaroe have product designers?
Yes,
Are they LuLaroe employees?
I don't know.
We've been going about an hour now. Do you want to take a short break?
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I would.
Okay, he would. Guess we'll take a break.
Thank
We
you.
are going off the record at 10:34 a.m. We are back on the record at 10:46 a.m. Please continue.
So, Kenny, what was your role in forming the independent fashion retailer program?
Explain that.
Like earlier, you said you were part of the executive team. In coming up, for example, with the policies and procedures of the independent fashion retailer program, what was your role? Did you serve as an advisor? Were there parts of it, for example, that you were in charge of coming up with and thinking about and drafting? Just trying to understand more broadly what your role is.
Just like foundation, but you can answer this.
I don't recall.
Did you ever provide feedback as a member of the executive team on the policies and procedures of the IFR program?
When?
In 2014?
Yes.
What about 2015?
I don't recall.
2016?
I don't recall.
2017?
Yes.
2018.
Yes.
2019.
Yes.
2020.
No. Am I done with this?
Yes. The court reporter just handed you Exhibit 205, LLR-WA 000-23249. The email says it's from LuLaroe, but I'm going to represent to you that the metadata associated with this particular email lists you as the custodian, which means it came from your files. And it's signed with your name, Kenny Brady. So you mentioned Kelly Fott.
I'm sorry, let me just interrupt you. Because you made a representation. Is it represent? Are you representing that this email came from his email account within the company?
He is listed as a custodian.
As a custodian.
In the metadata.
Okay, so this.
But it also appears from the signature line that he drafted this email.
Okay.
And
so the metadata only shows that it came from that he was a custodian of the document. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Sorry.
And so at some point, did you use the email address? I mean, it just says LuLaroe.
I don't recall.
Did you draft this email?
I don't recall.
Is there any, looking at the document, is there any reason to doubt that you are the author of this email?
Only that it doesn't say my name from. It says LuLaroe.
Is your signature at the bottom?
You mean his
Electronic.
type name and email
Yes.
address? Okay.
Yes.
In 2014, were you involved in reviewing the LuLaroe consignment program application and agreement?
I don't recall.
Were you involved in drafting or reviewing the LuLaroe independent consultant application and agreement?
I don't recall.
What was Kelly Fott's role in 2014 at LuLaroe?
I don't recall.
Why did you send these documents to Kelly?
I don't recall.
Can you look at
Or others.
in your role at LuLaroe, did any retailer ever ask you to explain LuLaroe's policies and procedures?
I don't recall.
In 2014, were you aware of the provision that you just read?
I don't recall.
Do you recall any discussions with the executive team about whether a retailer could make an income claim?
I don't recall.
I just handed you exhibit number 205, Bates numbered LLR-WA 000233316. Is your name and email typed on the signature line of this email?
This is the wrong exhibit. This is 206.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a second here. Oh, sorry, I meant 206. This is exhibit 206, right?
Was this your copy?
Yeah, it's the right document.
Oops, there's design's different.
Sorry, I might have to
It's,
take a look.
it's the right document.
you can-
It's just looks like it's got more stuff.
I took one of the things out.
Who has the ability to send email from the account LuLaroe?
I don't know.
In 2014, did you have the ability to send documents from this account?
Yes.
Same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did anyone else have the ability in 2014 to send documents from this email account?
I don't recall.
In the document marked as Exhibit 206, is your name and email address typed in the signature line?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you did, in fact, send this email?
Yes.
What are your reasons?
In the from, it says LuLaroe.
But we just established that in 2014, you did have the ability to send emails from this account.
Yes.
And you did just say that your name and email address is listed at the bottom of this email?
Yes.
Okay. So what was your role in updating the LuLaroe Consignment Program Application and Agreement and the LuLaroe Independent Consultant Program Application and Agreement?
Jack Locks Foundation.
You can answer if you
You
understand
can go
the
ahead and
question.
answer.
Repeat that question, please.
So what was your role in updating the LuLaroe Consignment Program Application and Agreement and the LuLaroe Independent Consultant program application agreement.
I don't recall.
Did you play a role?
I don't recall.
Earlier, you testified that one of the programs that you used at work was back office. Is that right?
I don't recall saying that exact term.
Do you use back office at work?
No,
Who uses back office at LuLaroe?
I don't know.
Do retailers have access to back office?
Not that I know of.
So, I just handed you Exhibit 207. Are you listed as a recipient on this email?
Yes,
Who's the email authored by?
from Justin Lyon.
And what is Justin asking you to do in this email?
Add to the back office.
Did you add it to back office?
I don't recall.
In 2014, did Justin on occasion ask you to add things to back office?
I can't recall.
Well, from the email, you see one request. Kenny, can you add it to back office? That's one request, right?
So it seems.
So looking at the attachment, where it says LuLaroe Fashion Consultant Business Overview, you didn't draft this document, did you?
I'd have to read it.
I'll let you go ahead and take a look at it.
Repeat the question?
Why don't you go ahead and take a look at it? Question before that. So looking at the attachment where it says LuLaroe Fashion Consultant Business Overview, you didn't draft this document, did you?
No.
Who would have drafted it?
I don't recall.
But it was sent to you by Justin Lyon, is that correct?
Yes.
In general, does back office make available to IFRs training materials?
I don't know.
As VP of Sales, what would you do if you needed to find out?
Find out what?
Find out whether back office has materials available to IFRs.
I don't use back office.
Who uses back office?
I don't know.
If you were to wanted to find out as VP of Sales who uses back office, what would you need to do to find out?
I don't know.
Okay. Who's Ashley Farrow?
A retailer.
Is she a leader?
What do you mean?
Like, has she ever achieved trainer, coach, or mentor status?
Yes.
What rank did she achieve?
Trainer and coach.
Is she still active with LuLaroe?
Yes.
So I'm done with that document. So I just handed you Exhibit 208, LLR-WA 0028087. So in this email, Ashley writes you, "Hi Kenny, I have heard a mixed interpretation of the leadership compensation plan and looking for confirmation," and then poses some questions. Do you see that?
Yes.
So going back to my earlier questions, as VP of Sales, did IFRs ever approach you with questions regarding the leadership bonus plan?
I don't recall.
Does this document that I just handed you refresh your recollection?
I don't recall it.
Did you respond to Ashley's email?
I don't recall.
In general, as VP of Sales, if you received a question from an IFR about interpretation of the leadership bonus plan, would you respond?
I don't recall.
If you wanted to, well, I'm not asking whether you recall, I'm asking you in general, today, if you received a question from an IFR about interpretation of the leadership bonus plan, what would you do?
What specifically?
Let's use Exhibit 208 as an example.
Mhm.
So, and if IFR came to you with the questions that Ashley has posed in this email, what would you do today?
I would refer to my brother Austin Stidham.
What is Austin's role at LuLaroe?
He oversees the leadership bonus plan.
And so, would Austin then respond directly to the IFR, or would he come back to you with an answer for you to respond to the IFR?
I don't know.
Does Austin ever respond? So, are you aware of any instances where you have referred an IFR question to Austin and he has responded directly to that IFR?
Yes.
Have there been any instances where an IFR has asked you a question and you have gone to Austin and he has provided you with the answer to the IFR's question to communicate back to the IFR?
Yes.
How long has Austin overseen the leadership bonus plan?
Could you read that for me, please?
How long has Austin overseen the leadership bonus plan?
Thank you.
Don't recall.
As VP of Sales, what would you do if you needed to find out the answer to that question?
I would email it to Austin.
When did Austin join LuLaroe?
I don't know.
Did he join before you or after you?
I don't know.
In general, what is the role of a leader within the leadership bonus program?
What leader?
When I say leader, I'm referring to a mentor, coach, or trainer.
And what are you asking?
Can you repeat the question?
In general, what is the role of a leader within the leadership bonus program?
I don't recall.
As VP of Sales, you don't know the answer?
No.
Do leaders have the responsibility of creating training materials for their downlines?
That's up to them.
Does LuLaroe prohibit leaders from creating training materials for their downlines?
I don't know.
Are leaders permitted to use the LuLaroe logo on materials that they create for their downlines?
I don't know.
Thank you.
How do you pronounce the name of the author of this email? Where is this from? Is it Tori Messick?
Macy's.
Macy's. Okay. And you mentioned earlier that Tori is a mentor. Is that correct?
Currently. No.
What do you mean no?
She doesn't qualify as a mentor currently.
Currently. But at some point she did achieve mentor status.
Yes.
In this email, it appears that she is emailing you and others a graphical guide that she and her hubby put together. Did you receive this email?
It appears I did.
So in 2014, you were aware that Tori Macy's had created this graphical guide to the LuLaroe compensation plan. Is that right? You can look at the document if you need to look at the title.
I don't recall.
In general, do you read all your emails?
No.
In 2014, did you read your emails?
I tried to.
Is the email address?
Yes.
In 2014, did you have any concerns about retailers creating their own training materials for their downlines?
I don't recall.
In 2014, did LuLaroe have a policy where retailer created materials for their downlines would have to be reviewed and approved by LuLaroe?
I don't recall.
What about 2015?
I don't recall.
2016?
I don't recall.
2017?
I don't recall.
2018?
I don't recall.
2019?
I don't recall.
2020?
Not that I know of.
In the time you've been at LuLaroe, has LuLaroe ever had a process where someone at LuLaroe would have to review and approve materials created by retailers that would be used with other retailers?
I don't recall.
If there were such policy, who at LuLaroe today would know about it?
I don't know.
Are you involved in planning any events or trainings for retailers?
Yes.
What events and trainings are you involved in helping to plan?
Our annual convention.
Any others?
Our leadership events.
Any others?
Our tour stops.
Do you help plan any weekly calls?
Yes.
Have you ever helped plan an opportunity call?
I don't recall.
Have you ever been involved with an opportunity call?
Yes.
Roughly how many?
I don't recall.
In general, who at LuLaroe leads opportunity calls?
We don't do opportunity calls.
Are you saying you don't do opportunity calls today?
Correct.
Has LuLaroe ever done opportunity calls?
Yes.
When did LuLaroe stop doing opportunity calls?
I don't recall.
Do you know why LuLaroe stopped doing opportunity calls?
I don't know.
No one ever gave you an explanation as to why those opportunity calls stopped.
I don't recall.
Do you ever participate? Sorry. Are you involved in weekly update calls?
What do you mean by weekly update calls?
Is there a call where LuLaroe gives an update to all retailers?
No.
Did there used to be such a call?
Yes.
What was the call called?
The weekly update call.
Who planned those calls?
I don't recall.
As VP of Sales, was it part of your role or anyone on your team's role to help plan weekly update calls?
Can you repeat that, please?
As VP of Sales, was it part of your role or anyone on your team's role to help plan weekly update calls?
To help? Yes.
Who on your team helped?
I don't recall.
What's your management style?
Teach them correct principles and let them govern themselves.
So you're not a micromanager.
No.
In general, if someone on the executive team came to you with a request, and you could delegate that request to one of your team members, would you just ask somebody to perform it for you, or would you follow up and sort of oversee how they're executing that task?
So it's hypothetical.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to understand what your management style is.
What specifically?
So, for example, if Mark came to you and wanted someone on your team to help with a train the trainers call, would you help that person execute that task, or would you just assign it out?
Mark who?
Mark Stidham.
Depends on the task.
For the train the trainers calls in general, did your team members have to run their agendas by you before they ran the calls?
When?
Say in 2015.
Not all the time.
What about in 2016?
The same.
2017?
The same.
What about with coaches' calls? Did you require the same level of oversight? Sorry, I'm going to rephrase. Were you involved, sorry, were you or anyone involved, sorry, were you or anyone on your team involved in coaches' calls
When?
in 2015?
I don't recall.
2016?
I don't recall.
2017?
Yes.
2018?
Yes.
In 2017 and 2018, who within your organization was involved in coaches' calls?
I don't recall.
As VP of Sales, what would you do if you needed to find out the answer to that question?
Like right now, to find that question?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Did you ever participate in a coach's call?
Yes.
Who at LuLaroe plans mentors calls?
When?
Let's start with 2015.
We didn't have them then.
2016?
We didn't have them.
2017?
It wasn't an official call.
What about 2018?
And who had what?
Can you repeat the
that?
question?
Who at LuLaroe plans mentors calls? How about 2018?
Okay. Many individuals.
Can you name some of those individuals?
Ben Ward, Christian White, Aaron Lewis, myself, Deanne Stidham, Mark Stidham, Art McCracken.
And so when someone wants to host a mentor call, they wouldn't necessarily come to you for help.
Not necessarily.
Are you aware of instances where Mark Stidham or Deanne Brady wanted to host a mentor call and went directly to somebody on your team for help?
Yes.
So the request wouldn't have necessarily had to have come through you if Mark or Deanne wanted help on a mentor's call.
Yes.
So you mentioned earlier that the marketing team is a different team than your team. Is that right?
Yes.
Does as VP of Sales, did you ever have to review and approve marketing materials?
Review, yes.
And so you did not have to approve marketing materials.
I was consulted with marketing materials.
Is there someone at LuLaroe who has the responsible of approving marketing materials?
When?
Let's start with 2015.
I can't recall.
2016.
Can't recall.
2017.
Justin Lyon.
2018.
Justin Lyon.
2019.
You say 2018 or 19?
2019.
Justin Lyon,
2020.
2019. Part of the year, Justin Lyon.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the year, Lauren Simpson.
So today, prior to any marketing materials being distributed, Lauren Simpson would have to approve them.
Today?
Yeah, today.
Yes.
Who's Bob Allender? Why are you laughing?
Because I like Bob. He works for LuLaroe.
In what capacity?
Events.
Does he help plan the annual retailer conference?
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier that in the past you have helped to plan and execute the annual retailer conference. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever helped plan specific sessions or panels?
Yes.
Have you ever hosted your own panel at a leadership conference?
What do you mean?
For example, have you ever come up with a topic and then presented on a specific topic to a group of retailers or
Are you asking me specifically, me doing
specifically
that?
you? Yes.
Okay. Not that I recall.
Okay. So what is your involvement generally in helping to plan and execute specific sessions?
My team, topics,
When you say your team, do you mean managing your team?
together as a team.
Okay.
I never work silo.
And you mentioned topics. Do you mean that you and your team will come up with proposed topics?
Proposed from retailers.
So retailers come up with topics. Is that right?
Most of them, yes.
Do those topics have to be approved by someone at LuLaroe?
Yes.
Who at LuLaroe has the authority to approve such topics?
Many people.
Is one of those people yourself?
Yes.
What about Ben Ward? Would he have authority to approve a proposed topic by a retailer to present at a LuLaroe event?
If I gave him that authority,
Okay.
or I delegated it to him.
Who else within your organization has the authority to approve retailer proposed training topics?
If delegated, it'd be Ben,
Anyone else?
Christian White,
Anyone else?
Aaron Lewis.
You
Not-
had, oh, go ahead.
Not delegated, Mark and Dan.
You mentioned previously that Sam Schultz, Jared Ingram, and Jordan Brady were also on your team at some point. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever delegate the authority to approve retailer proposed topics for LuLaroe trainings to any of them?
I don't recall.
Is it possible?
I don't recall.
In your time at LuLaroe, aside from you, Mark, and Deanne, and the instances we talked about in which you occasionally delegated authority to specific individuals, has anyone else at LuLaroe had the authority to approve retailer proposed topics for LuLaroe trainings?
Can you repeat that long question?
In your time at LuLaroe, aside from you, Mark, and Deanne, and the instances we talked about in which you occasionally delegated authority to specific individuals, has anyone else at LuLaroe had the authority to approve retailer proposed topics for LuLaroe trainings?
Yes.
Who?
Art McCracken.
Anyone else?
No.
Have you ever rejected a retailer proposed topic for a LuLaroe training?
I don't recall.
Are there any topics today that would be not acceptable topics for a retailer proposed training?
I don't know.
Does LuLaroe have any written criteria for how to evaluate and approve a retailer proposed topic for LuLaroe training?
No.
Do you recall any instances where a retailer gave a training on the leadership bonus plan?
I don't recall.
So in Exhibit 210, you appear to forward a presentation that was created by LuLaroe retailers to Bob Allender. Why would you have forwarded this presentation to Bob?
I'd have to read it.
Do you mind repeating the question?
So in Exhibit 210, you appear to forward a presentation that was created by LuLaroe retailers to Bob Olander. Why would you have forwarded this presentation to Bob?
Okay.
Is this the first time that you're reviewing this document?
I don't recall this document.
In general, would you have reviewed a presentation like this before you forwarded it on to Bob?
I don't recall.
So it's possible that you just forwarded it without looking at it?
That's speculation.
Well, I'm asking you if it's possible that
I
you
don't
may have
recall.
forwarded presentations to Bob without reviewing them.
I don't recall.
As VP of Sales,
I'm still reading. What was that question?
The original question?
Yeah.
I'm asking you if it's possible that you may have forwarded presentations to Bob without reviewing them. Here's an answer, I don't recall.
That's fine. I'll withdraw my original question. So, in general, when you received a presentation that was prepared by a retailer, did you always review those presentations before, before they were used at trainings?
I don't recall.
Were there instances where you didn't review retailer materials before you distributed them to others within LuLaroe?
I don't recall.
So I just handed you Exhibit 212, which is a printout of metadata that's associated with some of the exhibits that we looked at earlier. And so if you look at the number where it says Beg Baits, the number ending in 23249, the top 6 rows correlate with Exhibit 205, and starting at 23316 to the end of the chart, that correlates with Exhibit 206.
Okay.
And so earlier, we talked about there was some confusion as to whether or not these emails were sent from your account. And if you see in the from line, although the name says in all caps LuLaroe,
Yeah. Yes.
so at least in points of 2014, it appears that you were sending emails from your LuLaroe email address with the name. Is that right?
I mean, you assembled this document, right?
This metadata was provided by,
I understand, but you assembled the document, correct?
we extracted the metadata and it's printed on this document.
Okay. I'm taking it that you assembled this document. This isn't the way a document came from LuLaroe.
Correct.
Okay. All right. If you can answer that, go ahead.
I assume so.
In 2014, did anyone else have access to?
I don't recall.
Have you ever given anyone else at LuLaroe access to?
Yes.
Who?
Markey.
Who's Marky?
She was an assistant.
What's her last name?
Martinez.
In 2014, was she authorized to send emails from your account without your permission?
She was an employee in 2014.
When did she become your assistant?
She was never my assistant.
When did she first have the ability to potentially access your
2018.
Prior to 2018, did anyone else have the authority to access your email account without your permission?
Not that I know of.
Put that exhibit aside.
Yeah, you're getting wet from the drip from the when you.
Can you put the exhibits on the other side? I just don't want to get wet. Thanks.
There's a tissue in that box.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done.
Did you have an idea when you wanted to break for lunch? I'm fine, I just,
It's up to Kenny. He's the boss.
Let's rock and roll.
Okay. Just let us know. We're happy to
Unless
welcome
you guys are like dying.
no.
Okay.
I'm okay.
How about we let you call it then, if you need to?
Yeah, you're gonna have to call it.
You're the only one working here.
Okay, I just handed you Exhibit 213. Earlier, I think you testified that you were involved advising on the leadership bonus plan in 2014. Did you help to come up with the minimum requirements as sponsor trainer and the requirements for leadership pool in 2014?
No.
Who came up with the requirements?
I don't know.
Were you asked to provide feedback on the requirements for minimum requirements as sponsor trainer or the leadership pool in 2014?
Not that I can recall.
Whose email address is
That's Mikola.
that Michael Brady?
Mikola.
Who's that?
She was our graphic designer, marketing graphic designer.
So is it possible that you were sending her these requirements so that she could help design materials about the leadership bonus plan?
Objection to form.
I don't know.
Why would you have forwarded her this email? Sorry, why would you have sent her this email?
So you're saying I sent this email because of the LuLaroe there?
Yeah, and I think we've established from the last document that only you had access in 2014 to the LuLaroe name, email address.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
that basis of a statement.
So who else could have written this email if not you?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Do you have any basis for believing that you didn't write it?
I don't know.
Can you give me a list of all the emails that you've used for official LuLaroe business since you joined at LuLaroe? Any others? Any others?
No.
Of the accounts that you just listed, which accounts were personal and which accounts were shared?
It was personal. I don't recall. I don't recall.
I handed you Exhibit 214, LuLaroe WA 000 41 526. And this email has been sent to Marky Martinez and Bob Allender. You mentioned that Marky Martinez became your assistant at some point, is that right?
An assistant.
An assistant. Who did she assist?
Myself, the leadership development team, and Art McCracken.
When you say leadership development team, are you referring to the team that we discussed earlier that included Ben, Christian, and Will?
Yes. McMullen. That's his last name.
Will McMullen. Okay.
Just came to mind. I couldn't think of it earlier. Proud of myself.
Good work.
Oh, thanks.
So in this email, it appears to be a draft email that will be sent to community class speakers. What are community classes?
I'd have to read this email. Community classes were breakout sessions at Vision, or at our, yep, it says Vision 17 in the subject line. So these would be class topics.
And so these YouTube videos that are linked below, are those materials that LuLaroe created?
I don't know.
And under presentation about the third bullet down, Bob Allender's email is listed. In general, if a retailer prepared presentation came into you and you forwarded it to Bob Allender, could that have been for the purpose of having it presented at a event?
Yes.
And the very last topic on the second page, ending in 41527, it lists a YouTube video that appears to have the title Leadership Replication. We discussed leadership replication earlier. In general, did LuLaroe train or make available trainings to IFRs on leadership replication?
I don't recall.
What was Kim Roylance's involvement in advising on the leadership bonus plan?
I don't know.
Do you recall any instances where she provided information for you or others at LuLaroe to use in marketing or training materials?
Can you repeat that question?
Do you recall any instances where she provided information for you or others at LuLaroe to use in marketing or training materials?
I don't recall.
I'm marking as Exhibit 214.
This is 215.
Sorry, 215. Thank you. LLR-WA 000023329. Is your email address?
It's a personal email address.
Why would this email have been forwarded to your personal email address?
I don't recall.
Did you ever forward emails from your work email address to your personal email address so that you could work at things at home, for example?
I don't recall.
Did you ever use for LuLaroe business?
If I did, it wasn't purposeful.
If you look at the second page of the email, LLR-WA 000023330, There's a section that says from Kim. Is that Kim Roylance?
I don't know.
In 2014, are you aware of any other Kims who were involved in the LuLaroe business as a retailer or as an employee?
I don't recall.
Are there any other Kims who are mentors aside from Kim Roylance?
No.
Who's Doug Roylance?
Kim's husband. Kim Roylance's husband.
And Kim Roylance is a mentor, right?
Yes.
Is Doug Roylance officially registered as an IFR, or does he just participate as a spouse of an IFR in LuLaroe?
Spouse of an IFR.
Have you met Doug?
Yes.
Did Kim or Doug Roylance ever serve as an advisor to LuLaroe on the independent fashion retailer program?
I don't know.
The court reporter has handed you Exhibit 216, LLR-WA 000023977. Did you receive this email from Doug Roylance?
I don't recall.
Did he ask you to send, did you ask him to send this monthly compensation plan document to you? Remember the name of the tour?
I think this was one of our first stops that we ever did. It was our first kind of educational seminar.
Who else aside from you, Kim, and Doug do you recall attending that educational tour stop seminar?
A couple retailers, Justin Lyon, Mark and Deanne.
Was there anyone else from home office who attended?
No.
And was this particular educational tour stop only for current active retailers, or was it also for people who might want to become a retailer?
Current active retailers.
Aside from spouses of current active retailers, do you recall any other non-retailers or non-LuLaroe employees attending this particular educational tour seminar?
No.
I think we're at a good breaking point.
What time is it?
It is 12:36.
We're going to record at 12:46 p.m. We are back on the record at 1:26 p.m. Please continue.
So earlier today, we talked about your involvement in helping to plan some trainings for retailers. Do you recall ever giving a training on social media?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
The court reporter has handed you Exhibit 218, LLR-WA 000238084. And if you turn to the second page of the email, which you appeared to email to yourself, around 1 o'clock it says, Social Media, The Importance of Social Media by Kenny and Justin, 20 minutes. Does this refresh your recollection as to whether you ever gave a training on social media?
No, it doesn't.
Do you know what this January 24 kickoff agenda is?
I don't recall.
As VP of as VP of Sales, is social media an important aspect of marketing and selling LuLaroe product?
At this time, I was not VP of Sales.
Sure, but today, is it your opinion that social media is an important tool that retailers can use to market and distribute their product?
Yes.
In January 2014, were there others at LuLaroe who were more knowledgeable than you about social media?
Yes.
Who?
Justin Lyon.
Did Justin spearhead LuLaroe's social media strategy?
I don't know.
Do you know who?
I don't recall.
Do you know who in the early days would have been in charge of developing LuLaroe's social media strategy?
Justin Lyon.
And at least it appears from this email that you may have participated in a discussion or training about the importance of social media. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Do you have any reason to doubt that this session on the importance of social media actually occurred?
No.
Who are LuLaroe's customers?
I don't know.
You don't know who the company typically sells wholesale merchandise to?
Oh, I mean, retailers?
Are LuLaroe's customers also end consumers who purchase product from retailers?
I'm going to object. I don't. You're asking him for his view on who customers are, or are you asking him as a technical term?
I'm asking from his perspective, in his view, whether end consumers are LuLaRoe's customers.
You're asking if end consumers are LuLaRoe's customers?
Yes. Did you ever participate with Art McCracken on any calls to leaders? Like individual calls to leaders?
Yes.
How frequently did that occur?
I don't recall.
Was it a routine task that you did, like, for example, on a weekly basis?
It's as needed basis.
When you say as needed, what would precipitate a need for you and Art to have a call with a retailer?
I would have to say as requested basis.
As requested by whom?
Retailers.
So you and Art would call retailers at their request?
Yes.
And, you know, generally speaking, what types of topics did you discuss with retailers on these calls?
How they can strengthen their business.
Did you ever address problematic conduct with retailers on these calls?
Sometimes.
What kind of behavior would you qualify as problematic that would precipitate a call?
I don't recall.
Would, for example, not attending leadership be a reason to have a call with a leader?
Yes.
And why was that a problem?
Because they were taught to teach and help those retailers that they brought into the business to help them to succeed in their retail business. And at those leadership events, there were education and resources given that would best help them, help those retailers that they are responsible for.
Let's talk about the responsibility of leaders for a minute. LuLaRoe has a leadership bonus plan, right?
Yes.
And as part of that leadership bonus plan, are there any written requirements that leaders are required to abide by?
I don't know. I don't recall.
What type of education and resources does LuLaRoe provide to leaders?
I would say leadership principles.
What do you mean by leadership principles?
Principles that help them serve, help the retailers, help them help others, not themselves.
So when you say serve, can you explain that to me a little bit more?
So when I think of if I'm going to serve you, I want to get to know you better, understand what your desires are, what your needs are. And if I can be at any service to help you get what your desires are and what you need, And so in LuLaroe, if there's a retailer that has a desire to choose LuLaroe to be a business for some kind of reason, as a leader, I want to get to know that and see how I can assist in helping you achieve your goal and what you hope to achieve as you choose it in LuLaroe.
So does serving also involve training or providing guidance?
You could.
What else could it involve aside from training and guidance?
Community, camaraderie,
Support?
support.
Anything else?
Nothing that comes to mind right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep moving.
It's okay. It's a long day.
I'm good.
Can you tell me what the Make Good program is?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what the happiness policy is?
I don't recall.
Did the Make Good program have to do with addressing defective product?
I don't recall.
You mentioned earlier that sometimes, as VP of Sales and as a member of the executive team, you're asked for input. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You had mentioned earlier that sometimes you helped plan the agenda for leadership. In May 2017, did you help plan the agenda for leadership?
I don't recall.
On the next page, you'll see a text in green. This is on the page ending in 83699. It appears that Mark writes, "Can you come to Wyoming Wednesday afternoon and return Thursday?" When he first wrote Wyoming, is he referring to the ranch?
I don't know.
And then later on in the second bubble, he says, "Austin and Mike are already coming." Do you have any idea who Mike is?
I don't.
Could Austin be Austin Stidham?
It could.
Do you know of any other Mikes who work at LuLaroe?
Yes.
Can you name them?
Not all of them.
Do you have any idea which Mike this might be?
I don't.
So if you look at the page ending in 83700, there's a text chain starting below the date Tuesday, May 16th, 2017. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It appears.
Do you recall what was discussed on this conference call with Austin and Mark?
I do not recall. No, this one should be fine right now. They haven't put any more ice in it.
Fair enough.
Thank you. You giving us two things?
Yes, I am throwing a monkey wrench in the process.
Okay. All right.
So I've just handed you two documents. One is a document that has been previously marked as Exhibit 20. And the document with the binder clip, I am marking as Exhibit 223. If you turn to the second page of the Exhibit 20, there appears to be several charts of rankings of IFRs. Is that right?
It appears so.
In 2015, do you know what metric was used to determine who was the top overall?
I don't recall.
Who at LuLaroe would know?
I don't know.
If you turn to the document that I've marked as Exhibit 223, if you turn to the page ending in 12137,
Are you done with this?
I'm done with that one, yes.
Where am I going?
To the sixth page, which ends in 12137. It appears that there are three different acknowledgments on this page. One says top earners, one says ordered most, and one says top recruiters. Do you have any idea as to what the metrics are to determining who the top earner is, who ordered most, and who the top recruiters are?
No.
So the email that we're looking at is from January 23rd, 2015. The one we looked at previously in Exhibit 20 is from June 22nd, 2015.
Correct.
Are you aware of any changes in the way LuLaroe determined who its top retailers were in that period?
No. We're done with these?
Yeah, I'm done with this. Thank you. I've marked it as Exhibit 224 LLR-WA 000-10916. And I want to look at the bottom email first, dated January 26, 2018 at 3:19 p.m. from Christian W. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is Christian W. Christian White?
Yes.
And he reported to you at this time in 2018, is that right?
No.
Who did he report to?
Ben Ward.
Did Ben Ward report to you?
Yes.
And Christian writes, "Hello, per Kenny's request, I plan to post this to the mentor page. And then there's a message that's listed underneath that. Do you know what the mentor page is?
Facebook page.
Is it a Facebook page that's run by LuLaroe?
Can you repeat that real quick, please?
Is it a Facebook page that's by LuLaroe?
Yes.
Do you use the Facebook page? Sorry. Does LuLaroe use the Facebook page that we just mentioned to communicate with mentors?
To communicate some things, yes.
What kinds of things does it use the Facebook mentors page to communicate?
Like this message here.
And is this a message, sorry, how would you characterize or categorize this type of message? Is it a training message?
I would categorize as we are seeking their involvement and help.
Does LuLaroe have pages similar to this mentors page for coaches?
Yes.
Is there a separate page that's similar to this mentors page for trainers?
Yes.
Is there a page that is similar to this mentors page for all retailers?
No.
So, who's Aaron Lewis?
I established that earlier.
Sorry, I forgot. Can you remind me who he is?
He's on my team.
He's on your team. Okay. And a direct report?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him to run these numbers on coaches?
I'd have to look at these numbers.
Go ahead. And I know I already have a question pending, but I have another question now that you're looking at the spreadsheet about what it means when it says active under customer status.
Repeat the first question, please.
Did you ask him to run these numbers on coaches?
It's okay if you don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Hold the record at 2:42 p.m. Back on record at 2:51 p.m. Please continue.
At some point around 2015 or 2016, did LuLaroe experience an increase in defective clothing?
I don't recall.
If LuLaroe had experienced an increase in defective clothing, how would have that affected your job at LuLaroe?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. Go ahead and answer if you're able.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
In general, how, as VP of Sales, how does defective clothing affect brand?
Same objection.
Let me try again. In your role as VP of Sales, is part of your role the branding of LuLaroe merchandise and creating the LuLaroe brand?
No.
Okay. Whose job at LuLaroe is it to focus on branding?
Marketing.
Marketing is led by Justin Lyon, is that right?
Currently by Lauren Simpson.
Okay. And so Justin reports to Lauren?
Yes.
Prior to Lauren joining, who handled branding at LuLaroe?
Justin Lyon.
Are you aware of anyone else who played a role in branding at LuLaroe aside from Justin Lyon and Lauren Simpson?
Justin's team.
Do you know who Justin's direct reports are?
No.
Is there anyone who worked on your team who also worked at any point on Justin's team?
No.
So I want to go back to tracking retail. Earlier you talked about LuLaroe's capability of tracking retail sales to consumers. And so I just want to make sure I have a correct understanding of when LuLaroe was able to track retail sales to consumers. So in 2013, did LuLaroe make any effort to track retail sales to consumers?
Okay, you just so we're clear, earlier you were saying that the definition of consumers was retailers.
Sorry.
So now you're talking about end user
End
consumers?
users, sorry, let me rephrase that. And have you heard of the term permanent breakaway in the context of a team?
What do you mean by team?
A retail team, for example.
I don't recall that term.
What happens to a retailer's team if a leader leaves LuLaroe?
Object calls for speculation. Pardon me, lacks foundation.
Do you want to ask it a different way?
Do you understand the question?
Can you repeat that question?
What happens to a retailer's team if a leader leaves LuLaroe?
When?
Let's start with today.
Same objection.
Let's talk about the cruise for a moment. What is the LuLaroe cruise?
We have a cruise. It's an incentive trip for those that achieve it.
How do you achieve the cruise?
When?
Let's start in 2014.
I don't know if we had a cruise in 2014. If we did, I don't recall.
Let me find your document.
If there was, I wasn't on it.
What's the first cruise you remember attending?
Actually, the first cruise that I remember, I was the one holding down the fort at LuLaroe. My wife was pregnant, so we couldn't go.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And so that was the one I remember, but I believe there may have been one before that one.
Was that in 2015?
I'll see. My son's turning 5 this year, so it'd be 2015. Yeah. Nope, he's turning 6 this year, so it'd be 2014.
Okay. So 2014 is likely the one that you skipped.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, because he was born in March.
When does the cruise typically occur?
Yeah, March, April. February, March, April. Around that time of year.
Wouldn't be good to deliver a baby on a boat.
No. Thank you.
What number is that?
227?
So I've just handed you Exhibit 227. LLR-WA 00023.
Hey, there it is. Yeah.
241. We're on 228. I'm marking Exhibit 228, which is Bates numbered LLR-WA 000272330. Do you know who LuLaroe Tina Toth is?
I don't recall.
Based on the context of an email, it appears that she may have been in IFR. Is that right?
Let me read the email.
Sure.
I would assume.
I want to talk for a moment about some of the expectations of being a mentor. Aside from the written requirements of achieving certain metrics, what other responsibilities does a mentor have with regards to their team?
We would hope that they would take an interest in each team member as much as they're capable of, as they get to know them as an individual and know why they chose LuLaroe in this business and what they want to achieve and what their goal is, and in doing so, how they can assist, help, support any way possible to help that retailer achieve those goals.
Is the requirement that is what you just described also the expectation of coaches?
I would hope that that would be for anyone willing to, that wants to have a team, that they have an interest in their retailers, in helping them in this business.
So that hope or expectation that you just described, you would hope that all leaders would be interested in that.
Of course.
As part of that responsibility, are leaders responsible for answering the questions that someone on their downline or team might have about the independent fashion retailer program?
If they offer it.
Are leaders ever responsible for communicating official messages from LuLaroe to their downlines?
We rely on our leaders to be able to share information that would be a benefit to all retailers, to be able to help everyone to succeed. We don't have a middle management department, and so therefore we rely on those leaders, and their bonuses are paid for them to help their team in any way possible, whether it's communication, whether it's education, whether it's an interest in them, and somehow to help them in what they want to achieve here at LuLaroe.
Have you heard the term getting water to the end of the road?
Yes.
What does that term mean to you?
I think of a farmer. I think of a farmer planting corn. You ever see corn? There's rows and rows of corn. In each row, you have to water every single stalk of corn. And so you open the water gates at a certain point, and eventually the water starts going down each row, hopefully to the end of each row, to that very last stalk of corn. And in the same way, we think of that as communication, hoping that as we communicate maybe with retailers or leaders or whoever, mainly leaders, I would say, in this case, that they would therefore communicate those same things to the very down the line to each retailer, to the very last retailer, and therefore the concept of getting water to the end of the row.
Are you aware of any instances at your time at LuLaroe in which messaging didn't make it from leaders to the end of the row?
I don't recall.
Did you ever have concerns about the messages that, for example, mentors were supposed to communicate getting distorted as they were getting communicated down to downline retailers?
Not that I recall.
Has LuLaroe ever considered doing other channels of messaging aside from using mentors to communicate, for example, changes to policies?
We always have.
Okay. What kinds of communication methods have you used?
Email, webinar, phone calls, Facebook group pages,
Anything else?
retail, the back office, communication places, to give multiple channels for each retailer to know any updates, changes, communications, daily, weekly. It doesn't just go through leaders. It never does, never has. Thank you.
So I'm marking as Exhibit 229. LLR-WA 000-84194. So I want to ask you about that first text from Lauren Simpson. When Lauren, do you know what the sales and leadership team is?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the sales and leadership team.
Are you a member of the sales and leadership team?
I am.
Does Lauren lead the sales and leadership team?
A part of it.
Who else leads it?
I do.
Take a quick break.
We're going on the record at 3:49 p.m. Back on record at 3:58 p.m. Please continue.
So earlier we talked about your role in 2014 and how it was very fluid, and you did what you needed to help start the business. Is that right?
Correct.
And so in 2014, never mind. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Why are you laughing?
Info at LuLaroe.
That was one of the emails you mentioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you still use that email address?
Not that I know of.
So I just handed you Exhibit 230, LLR-WA 000-23618. And this email mentions the LuLaroe Business Opportunity Call. Whose idea was it to do the LuLaroe Business Opportunity Call?
Mark Stidham, Deanne Stidham.
Did they occasionally ask for your help in helping to run it?
To set it up.
And according to this email in April 2014, it appears that they were approximately 15-minute calls hosted every Tuesday and Thursday at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Is that correct?
What appears here, yes.
Do you know if LuLaroe ever started hosting these calls less frequently than twice a week?
I believe so. I don't remember when, though. Don't recall when that happened.
But you do remember the calls becoming less frequent?
Yes.
And do you recall what the change to frequency was? Like, did it go, for example, to once a week or once every other week?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. As your role grew and the business grew, did your role with respect to business opportunity calls change?
Yes.
How did it change?
I don't recall. You organized it. Looks good.
Yes, no. I think I'm moving this. So I don't mess this up.
So I apologize. I only have one copy of this email, so I'm just going to give it to you, Kenny. This has been previously marked as Exhibit 31, and it is an email from you to Lindsay Wheeler. Can you tell me what you were asking
Yeah.
of Lindsay in this email? Let me see if I can find it. You can take a moment to review the exhibit once your counsel is done.
Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat my question?
Can you tell me what you are asking of Lindsay in this email?
It appears to host the opportunity call.
So it appears that you're asking her to host the opportunity call in 2015?
Yes.
You can put that document aside. I just handed you Exhibit 231, LLR-WA 000234338. Is Jody Keach a retailer?
Yes.
And in this email, are you asking her to participate in an opportunity call?
Well, it's not from me, but its salutation says it's me. So I don't recall.
This email also says, I attach our updated LuLaroe fashion consultant business overview document for your reference. And there's a document attached that's dated March 6, 2014. Was this a document that you typically circulated to retailers who were asked to participate in LuLaroe opportunity calls?
I don't recall.
Prior to a retailer participating in an opportunity call, did you do anything to help them prepare for the opportunity call?
Jack Black's Foundation.
I don't recall.
In general, before you or someone on your team has someone participate in an official LuLaroe call,
Purchase a LuLaroe call?
sorry, let me rephrase.
Okay.
In general, when you or someone on your team asks someone to participate in a LuLaroe call, do you do anything to prepare them for that call?
Objection, Lex Foundation.
No.
So you never, have you ever helped prepare someone for an official LuLaroe call?
Not that I recall.
So you mentioned earlier that your team handles leadership development. Does leadership development involve helping to plan calls for retailers?
No.
What does it involve?
What does what involve?
Leadership development involve?
It involves helping those retailers that have a team to learn how to best serve those team members at what they want to achieve in this business, to get to know them, to understand them, and to support in any way possible if that's what that retailer would like from that leader.
Got it. So when I say leadership development, you have a very specific definition in mind. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Does your team help facilitate opportunity calls?
No.
Has your team ever helped facilitate opportunity calls?
Yes.
In those instances where your team in the past has helped facilitate opportunity calls, how typically has your team prepared retailers who were asked to participate in those calls to host those calls?
Will you repeat that, please?
In those instances where your team in the past has helped facilitate opportunity calls, how typically has your team prepared retailers who were asked to participate in those calls to host those calls?
I don't know.
When did LuLaroe stop doing opportunity calls?
I don't recall.
But at some point they did stop.
Yes.
Has the function of an opportunity call been replaced by another type of call or video or broadcast?
No. Thank you.
I've marked Exhibit 32, LLR WA 00023496.
232. You said 32.
Sorry, 232. Is HUD Justin Lyon?
Yes.
Is that his nickname?
He's my brother-in-law. And so that is his nickname.
Why do you call him HUD?
He was given that name long before I knew him. And so when he first became a part of our family, that was his name. And once we found out that his name was Justin, we're like, no, you're HUD. We don't know you as Justin. Someone said, hey, Justin. He's like, what? We're like, He has a funny story about it.
It's okay. I don't need to know the story.
You don't want to.
And it appears in this email you're asking Justin to review an email. Is that right?
It appears.
Thank you.
Are we done there?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to know an inside joke, but I'm not going to ask. So
Maybe after, off the record.
And you've never had any other interactions with Triangle Capital LLC?
No.
Fair enough. In 2016, did you organize a call to action meeting in Scottsdale, Arizona?
When?
In August of 2016.
What meeting?
A call to action from Mark and Deanne.
Call to action.
Let me introduce it.
Okay. Yeah, help me out here.
I've marked Exhibit 234. LLRWA 00014-607. Does this refresh your recollection as to whether you, in August 2016, helped organize a call to action meeting in Scottsdale, Arizona?
Let me read this,
Sure.
please. Will you please read the question again?
Does this refresh your recollection as to whether you, in August 2016, helped organize a call to action meeting in Scottsdale, Arizona?
Yes.
What was your role in the meeting?
To send this email out.
Who asked you to send that email out?
Mark and Deanne Stidham.
So they called the meeting.
Yes.
Why was the meeting a closed session?
I don't recall.
Who from the executive team attended the meeting?
I don't recall.
Were mentors asked to attend the meeting?
I think some. And if you ever see her, she's really good.
I've heard she's lost a lot of weight recently.
Oh, yeah.
Marked.
Thank you. This was previously marked as Exhibit 101. When did Ben Ward join your team?
I do not recall the exact date.
Would it have been, based on this email, would it have been sometime around 2016? Or do you think it was earlier or later?
I really don't recall.
Who hired him?
I did.
What role did you hire him for?
To help retailers in their businesses.
Did he have particular experience or training that made him an attractive candidate for your team?
Yes,
What was that?
a lot of things.
Can you describe some of them?
Yes. He comes from years of experience, don't know specifically years, of door-to-door sales, specifically of security systems around the U.S. He's had tremendous experience in building teams of thousands of door-to-door salesmen, in training them, in leading them, in leadership development, in effective communication, psychology, and he was deemed a good candidate that would be an asset for our retailers to learn and to be guided and coached by. How are we doing?
We're at 6 hours and 10 minutes. Do you need a break?
No. Rock and roll. Power through. Joe good?
I might take a break soon. So we could-
Oh, we can take. Why don't we take a quick break and then try to power through?
Hold the record at 4:52 p.m.
You done with this?
Back on record at 5:02 p.m. Please continue.
What's university?
What are you talking about? What do you mean university? Are you talking about like college?
No. YOUNIVERSITY. University.
What are you referring to?
Okay. I think
Yeah. Like what
I've introduced Exhibit 237 LLR-WA.
238.
Oh, got it. Sorry. 238. Thank you. LLR-WA 00013 And do you see that in the email that Justin Lyon sends, about 4 lines down? Below, I have attached links to some videos we shot last year called university videos. Do you know what university is?
I don't recall.
Could they be training videos for IFARs?
I don't recall.
When it looks like in this email, you emailed Justin, have you received any feedback from these videos yet? Do you see that?
Yes.
Why were you following up on these videos?
I don't recall.
Do you know if these videos were ever shared with the field?
What's the field?
By field, I mean retailers.
I don't recall.
As the VP of Sales, who would you go to if you needed to find out whether any of these videos were ever shared with retailers?
I don't know.
Would you go to Justin?
I mean, he's here. I could ask him.
Is there a department that manages back office?
I don't know.
Does anyone within your organization manage back office?
I don't know.
I'm marking as Exhibit 239 LLR-WA 000-72081. So, this email in the first sentence refers to a top 100 Zoom call that happened between the top 100 sellers in LuLaroe and home office. Do you know what this call is?
I don't recall.
Is this a recurring call that happens on a weekly basis?
No.
Were you involved in the call?
I have to read this call.
Do you remember anything about this call?
I'd have to read this whole transcript.
Okay. Have you ever deleted a recording of a call during your time at LuLaroe?
Not that I recall.
Sorry.
I just marked as Exhibit 240 LLR-WA 000-61604. And this appears to be a chat log from a top 100 webinar. Is that right?
It appears to be.
I saw you looked back at the previous email. And if you look at that email, the subject is top 100 call. In late summer and fall of 2018, did LuLaroe host top 100 calls?
I don't recall.
Looking at the date of this email that I've handed to you, do you recall anything from this particular call?
I'd have to read the entire transcript.
So if you look on the page ending in 61614, it's a few pages from the end in your document. We talked earlier about a comment that said, I'm marking as Exhibit 241, LLR-WA 000-24976. Is Jill Nielsen your wife?
She is.
And it looks like in this email, she may have been helping you with the holiday letter. Is that right?
I'd have to read this.
Why don't you take a quick look at it?
Will you repeat the question, please?
And it looks like in this email, she may have been helping you with the holiday letter, is that right?
It appears so.
Be as much time. This one's been marked already. I've handed you two exhibits that have been previously marked as exhibits 11 and 12.
These are the same.
Why don't you take
Oh,
Yeah, take this one.
it's a continuous message.
Yes. That's
Okay.
right. Got it.
I get it now.
Sorry about that.
Sorry. It's a continuous message.
In Exhibit 12, do you know who LuLaroe Lindsay Wheeler is?
Yes.
Who is it?
A retailer.
Okay. Is that the retailer Lindsay Wheeler?
So there's multiple Lindsay Wheelers,
Okay.
but it's a Lindsay Wheeler.
Okay. Looking at the picture that's posted in Exhibit 11, do you see the picture of the two checks that she's posted in this Instagram post?
Yes.
Is it against LuLaroe's policies to post pictures of checks from LuLaroe?
Not that I know of.
And if you look at Exhibit 12, these are likes from the same post. Is that your Instagram account?
Yes.
Let me put that aside. I'm handing you a document that has been previously marked as Exhibit 18. Are you aware of the launch of the Noir line in 2017?
Yes.
Do you recall any allegations that LuLaroe was unfair in the way it distributed the Noir merchandise amongst retailers?
No.
Are you aware of any allegations from any retailer that LuLaroe seemed to be providing certain retailers with the more saleable prints?
No.
As VP of Sales, if you were made aware of complaints about unfairness in the distribution of inventory, what would you do?
Object. Lacks foundation and cause for speculation. It's incomplete hypothetical.
Can you repeat the question?
As VP of Sales, if you were made aware of complaints about unfairness in the distribution of inventory, what would you do?
Are you waiting on me to answer this?
Oh yeah, it was just a form of
Oh, yeah,
questions.
go ahead and answer.
Oh.
So you can answer if you
Okay,
understand
you
the
have to
question.
repeat it again. Sorry. First time.
It's okay.
As VP of Sales, if you were made aware of complaints about unfairness in the distribution of inventory, what would you do?
Tried to remedy it.
How?
I guess that depends on
It's
circumstance.
Exactly. It had to depend on the circumstance.
Which you haven't described for him.
So I want to go back to meetings. Did you attend a meeting in Salt Lake City with high-level leaders in the summer of 2017?
I may have.
Okay.
I don't recall. I mean, yeah.
Do you recall a meeting in Salt Lake City with high-level leaders during the summer of 2017 where the refund policy was discussed?
I don't recall.
What are the Yellowstone and Yosemite trusts?
I do not know.
Okay. Were you involved in creating the trusts?
No.
Are you an indirect owner of LuLaroe?
That's an indirect objection, lacks foundation.
You can answer if you know.
I don't know.
Are you an owner of LuLaroe?
No.
Are you aware that LLR Inc. and LuLaroe LLC are owned by two trusts called the Yellowstone and Yosemite Trusts?
No.
It's marked. I'm introducing, sorry. I've handed you an exhibit that has been previously marked as Exhibit 58. I'm going to ask you a question that's not related to this document. Other than your salary, has LuLaroe ever paid, transferred, or loaned you money?
No.
Have you received any payments, transfers, or loans from any of the companies on Exhibit 58 in relation to your work with LuLaroe?
I'm going to instruct you not to answer.
I'm asking him if he's
I'm
received any.
not going to allow him to answer. So,
What can you please state your basis for not allowing to answer for the record?
sure, it's an invasion of his privacy, and it's totally irrelevant to this case. So, just because you
asking-
phrased the question in terms of his job, I'm telling you that is a ruse, and I'm not going to let him answer it. So, if you want to file a motion on it, file a motion on it. I'm not going to let him answer.
What is your salary at LuLaroe?
Objection. Don't answer.
What's your basis for?
Same thing. There's no. You don't have any right to his salary.
Aside, are you following your counsel's instruction not to answer the last two questions?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a break. I'm just going to look through my notes and see if there's anything else.
For the record, at 5:36 p.m. Back on record at 5:41 p.m. Please continue.
Thank you for your testimony today. I don't have any further questions. John, do you have further questions?
I don't have any questions.
We're done.
Thank you.
This concludes the deposition of Kenny Brady. The number of media used was 1. Going off the record, the time is 5:41 p.m.